Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the depths of the misty mountains, where ancient stone met eternally snow-capped peaks, a slumber as old as the world itself was disturbed. The dragon Fafnir, a creature of legend thought to be nothing more than a tale to frighten children, stirred in his cavernous lair. His scales, each the size of a warrior's shield, scraped against the rock as he uncoiled his massive body. Eyes that had been closed for millennia slowly opened, revealing orbs of molten gold that smoldered with awakening fury. The first roar of Fafnir shook the mountains to their very foundations. Avalanches cascaded down steep slopes, and the sky itself seemed to tremble. In the lands below, from the rolling hills of the Shire to the golden forests of Lothlorien, all of Middle-earth felt the tremor of the dragon's awakening. Gandalf the Grey stood atop the Tower of Orthanc, his weathered hands gripping his staff as he gazed northward. The wizard's brow furrowed deeply, lines of worry etching themselves into his ancient face. "So, the prophecy comes to pass," he murmured, his words carried away by the wind. "The last dragon awakens, and with him, the fate of all Middle-earth hangs in the balance." Without a moment's hesitation, Gandalf descended from the tower, his gray robes billowing behind him as he strode purposefully towards the stables. He knew that time was of the essence. The ancient prophecy spoke of a hero, the last of the Dragonborn, who alone could stand against Fafnir and prevent the destruction of the known world. As Gandalf rode north, the dragon's influence spread like a plague across the land. Crops withered in the fields, water turned brackish in the streams, and a pall of fear settled over every kingdom of men, elves, and dwarves. Fafnir's very presence seemed to corrupt the natural order, twisting it to his will. In a small farming village on the outskirts of Rohan, a young man named Eric toiled in the fields, unaware of the destiny that awaited. As the son of a simple farmer, Eric had never ventured far from his home, but he had always felt a strange restlessness in his soul, as if he were meant for something more. It was there, among the wilting crops and frightened villagers, that Gandalf found him. The wizard's arrival caused a stir, his tall hat and flowing beard a stark contrast to the simple folk of the village. "Eric, son of Eadman," Gandalf called, his voice carrying an authority that made the young man stand straighter. "Your time has come." Confusion clouded Eric's features. "I don't understand," he said, his calloused hand gripping his hoe tightly. "What time? Who are you?" Gandalf's eyes softened, a hint of sympathy in their depths. "You are the last of the Dragonborn, Eric. In your veins flows the blood of ancient heroes, those who once stood against the great worms of old. And now you must take up their mantle, for Fafnir has awakened, and only you can stop him." The revelation hit Eric like a physical blow. He stumbled backward, shaking his head in disbelief. "No, you must be mistaken. I'm no hero. I'm just a farmer, nothing more." But even as he protested, Eric felt something stir within him, a power he had never known, awakening in response to Gandalf's words. "The blood of dragons runs through you," Gandalf insisted. "You have always felt different, have you not? A fire in your soul that you could never explain?" Eric nodded slowly, memories of strange dreams and inexplicable longings flooding his mind. "Come," Gandalf said, extending his hand. "We have much to do in little time. The fate of Middle-earth rests in your hands." And so began a journey that would take Eric from the simple fields of his home to the grand halls of kings and the perilous lairs of ancient evils. Gandalf led him first to Rivendell, where Lord Elrond gazed upon the young man with eyes that had seen the rise and fall of ages. "The power within you is raw, untamed," Elrond said, his voice as smooth and ageless as the waterfalls that surrounded his domain. You must learn to harness it, to speak the language of dragons and command the very elements themselves. For weeks, Eric trained under the tutelage of the Elves, learning arts of magic and combat that had been lost to the world of men for generations. He found that he could breathe fire, his voice carrying the power to shake the earth and calm the storms. Yet with each new ability he mastered, the weight of his destiny pressed heavier upon him. As Eric trained, Fafnir's influence spread. The dragon had made his lair in Erebor, the once great kingdom under the mountain, now a twisted reflection of its former glory. Dwarves who had called the mountain home for generations fled in terror, their halls filled with the dragon's corrupting presence. Word reached Rivendell of a more immediate threat. An army of ORCs, drawn by the dragon's power and the promise of glory, marched towards the realms of men. They sought to capture Fafnir, to harness his power for their own dark purposes. "We cannot allow this to come to pass," Gandalf declared in a council of the wise. "If the ORCs gain control of Fafnir, all hope will be lost." And so, before his training was complete, Eric found himself thrust into battle. Alongside the armies of elves and men, he stood against the tide of ORCs that threatened to overwhelm them. In the heat of battle, Eric's dormant powers fully awakened. His voice became a weapon, each shout sending ORCs flying as if struck by an invisible force. Fire danced at his fingertips, and the very earth responded to his will. The battle raged for days, the skies darkened by the smoke of war and the corrupting influence of Fafnir. Just when it seemed the forces of good might prevail, a shadow fell over the battlefield. Fafnir himself had joined the fray, his massive wings blotting out the sun as he descended upon the armies. Eric stood alone before the great dragon, his heart pounding in his chest, but his resolve unshaken. "Fafnir," he called, his voice carrying the power of his ancestors. "I challenge you." The dragon's laughter shook the very foundations of the earth. "You, a mere mortal, dares to challenge me?" Fafnir's eyes narrowed as he sensed the power within Eric. "Ah, so the line of the dragonborn endures. Very well, little one. Let us see if you are worthy of your heritage." What followed was a battle that would be sung of for generations to come. Eric and Fafnir clashed in the sky and on the ground, their powers shaking the very fabric of the world. Fire met fire, the young dragonborn matching the ancient worm's every move. As the battle reached its climax, Eric realized that victory would require more than just power. He reached out with his mind, touching the consciousness of the great dragon. In that moment, he saw the loneliness, the pain of ages spent in slumber, the fear of a world that had moved on without him. "Fafnir," Eric called, his voice gentle now. "It doesn't have to be this way. Your time has passed, but you need not face oblivion. Join with me. Let your power and wisdom live on through the line of the dragonborn." For a moment, the battle stilled. Fafnir's eyes, once filled with rage, now held a glimmer of something else. Understanding, acceptance. With a roar that seemed to contain all the sorrow and majesty of his long existence, Fafnir conceded. His form began to dissolve, streams of golden light flowing into Eric. The young dragonborn felt the dragon's power, his memories, his very essence becoming one with his own. As the last of Fafnir merged with Eric, stood transformed. His eyes glowed with the same molten gold as the dragon's, and an aura of ancient power surrounded him. The ORCs, seeing their hoped-for weapon disappear, fell into disarray and were swiftly routed by the armies of the free peoples. In the days that followed, Eric found himself changed in more ways than he could have imagined. He carried within him not just the power of Fafnir, but the wisdom of ages. He became a bridge between the old world and the new, a guardian of ancient knowledge and a protector of Middle-earth. Gandalf, watching the young man he had plucked from obscurity, now standing as a legend in his own right, smiled softly. "And so the wheel turns," he mused. "The age of dragons may have passed, but their spirit lives on in those who have the courage to embrace their destiny." As Eric looked out over the lands he had saved, he felt the weight of his new role settling upon him. He was no longer just a simple farmer, nor was he merely the last of the dragonborn. He was a keeper of balance, a force of nature itself, ready to face whatever challenges the future might bring to Middle-earth. And in the skies above, those with keen eyes might sometimes glimpse a shimmer of scales, a memory of wings, as Eric soared on the winds of legend, carrying the legacy of Fafnir into a new age. Story 2. In the heart of Middle-earth, where ancient trees whispered secrets of ages past, the greenwood once stood proud and vibrant, but now a creeping darkness had taken hold, transforming the once verdant forest into a place of shadow and dread. The elves who had called these woods home for millennia spoke in hushed tones of a curse that had awakened, one that threatened to engulf not just their realm, but all of Middle-earth in an eternal twilight. Gandalf the Grey stood at the forest's edge, his weathered hands gripping his staff as he gazed into the gloom. The very air seemed to resist his presence, thick with malevolence and the whispers of forgotten magics. With a heavy heart, the wizard knew that this evil was beyond his power alone to vanquish. "So it begins," he murmured, his voice carrying the weight of prophecy. "The curse of the first Istari has awakened, and with it, the fate of all hangs in the balance." Without hesitation, Gandalf set out to gather a company of heroes, for he knew that only through the combined strengths of Middle-earth's free peoples could this darkness be overcome. His journey took him first to the hidden valley of Rivendell, where he sought out Aragorn, an elven prince whose exile had honed his skills in stealth and diplomacy. Gandalf found Aragorn perched high in the branches of a malorn tree, his silver hair gleaming in the moonlight. "The shadows grow long, Aragorn," the wizard called. "Your people need you now more than ever." Aranor's eyes, filled with the wisdom and sorrow of centuries, met Gandalf's. "I have walked in shadow for too long, Mithrandir. What good can an exile do against such evil?" "It is precisely because you have known darkness that you are needed," Gandalf replied. "For who better to guide us through the shadows than one who has emerged from them?" From Rivendell, their path led them to the depths of Erebor, the lonely mountain. There, in halls of stone and gold, they sought out Dagna, a dwarven warrior whose prowess with an axe was matched only by her stubbornness. They found her in the deepest forges, hammering at a blade of mysterious blue metal. "Dagna, Stoneheart," Gandalf's voice boomed over the ring of hammer on anvil. "Middle-earth has need of your strength." The dwarf paused, her fierce eyes narrowing as she regarded the wizard and elf. "And why should I care for the troubles of the surface world? We dwarves have problems enough of our own." Aragorn stepped forward, his voice soft, but carrying an undercurrent of urgency. "Because, Lady Stoneheart, if this evil is not stopped, there will be no depths deep enough to escape its reach." Dagna's grip tightened on her hammer, a flicker of fear passing through her eyes before being replaced by determination. "Very well," she growled. "But you'd better have a good plan, wizard." Their final destination was the most unlikely of all, a small hobbit hole in the Shire. For Gandalf knew that in times of greatest peril, it was often the smallest of beings who could tip the scales of fate. They found Pippin took tending to his garden, blissfully unaware of the darkness growing at the edges of his peaceful world. "Master Took," Gandalf said, his shadow falling over the startled hobbit. "I'm afraid I must once again call upon the courage of the Shire." Pippin looked up, his eyes widening as he took in the strange company before him. "Oh no," he said, a mix of excitement and trepidation in his voice. "Another adventure, Gandalf? Mary will never let me hear the end of this." With the company assembled, Gandalf revealed the true nature of their quest. The curse that had befallen the Greenwood was no natural corruption, but the result of an ancient artifact, a ring forged by the first of the Istari, imbued with power to rival the One Ring itself. This ring, long thought lost, had resurfaced, its malevolent influence spreading like a cancer through the heart of the forest. "Our task is twofold," Gandalf explained as they journeyed towards the darkened wood. "We must find the ring and destroy it, for only then can the curse be lifted. But we must also be wary, for the ring's power is seductive. It will try to turn us against each other, to make us believe that we alone should wield its might." As they entered the Greenwood, now known to many as Merkwood, the full extent of the curse became apparent. The trees, once tall and proud, now twisted in agony, their branches reaching out like grasping claws. Strange mists swirled around their feet, carrying whispers of forgotten sorrows and broken promises. Erener moved silently through the underbrush, his elven senses alert for any sign of danger. Dagna's hand never strayed far from her axe, her eyes darting suspiciously at every shadow. Pippin, for his part, tried to maintain a brave face, though his hand often strayed to the pocket where he kept a small pouch of old Toby for comfort. Their journey deeper into the forest was fraught with peril. They battled giant spiders whose webs gleamed with an unnatural sheen, and fled from wraiths that seemed formed from the very mists that cloaked the forest floor. With each step, the oppressive atmosphere of the cursed wood pressed down upon them, testing their resolve and the bonds of their fellowship. It was Pippin who first felt the ring's insidious influence. As they rested one night in a small clearing, the hobbit found himself drawn to a pool of inky black water. In its depths, he saw visions of the Shire transformed a vast empire with himself as its benevolent ruler, all made possible by the power of the ring. Pippin, Gandalf's sharp voice cut through the illusion. Step away from the water. Remember why we are here. The hobbit blinked, shaking his head as if awakening from a dream. I'm sorry, Gandalf. For a moment I thought, we all face such temptations, Erener said softly, placing a comforting hand on Pippin's shoulder. It is in resisting them that we prove our worth. As they pressed on, each member of the company faced their own trials. Dagna found herself haunted by visions of Erebor restored to glory beyond imagining, while Erener was tormented by images of his exile lifted and his people welcoming him back as a savior. Gandalf alone seemed immune to the ring's influence, but the strain of resisting its call etched deep lines in his ancient face. He knew that time was running short. The longer the ring remained, the stronger its hold on the forest would become. At last, they reached the heart of Merkwood, where the darkness was so thick it seemed almost solid. There, in a clearing surrounded by trees that wept black tears, they found the source of the curse. The ring hung suspended in midair, pulsing with a sickly green light that cast writhing shadows across the glade. As they approached, the ring's power lashed out, manifesting as tendrils of pure shadow that sought to ensnare them. Dagna's axe flashed as she hacked at the darkness, while Erener's arrows found their mark in the heart of the shadowy forms. Pippin, drawing upon a courage he didn't know he possessed, darted between the attacks, his small size allowing him to evade where others could not. Gandalf stood at the center of the maelstrom, his staff raised high as he chanted words of power that made the very air crackle with energy. The ring fought back, its influence seeking to corrupt the wizard's spell, to turn his power against his allies. In that moment of crisis, it was Pippin who turned the tide. The hobbit, seeing Gandalf falter, ran forward and grasped the ring. The artifact's evil surged through him, threatening to overwhelm his mind and soul. Pippin, no, Erener cried, reaching out to the hobbit. But Pippin stood firm, his face contorted with effort as he fought against the ring's influence. I am a took, he growled through gritted teeth, and we tooks are made of sterner stuff than you know. With a final, Herculean effort, Pippin hurled the ring into the heart of Gandalf's spell. There was a moment of terrible silence, then an explosion of light that threw them all to the ground. When they rose, blinking away spots from their vision, they saw that the clearing had been transformed. The oppressive darkness was gone, replaced by shafts of golden sunlight breaking through the canopy. The trees, once twisted and corrupted, now stood tall and proud once more. Gandalf helped Pippin to his feet, a look of pride and wonder on his face. Well done, my dear hobbit, he said softly. You have saved us all. As they made their way out of the forest, now truly the greenwood once more, each member of the company felt changed by their experience. Erener found that the shadows of his past no longer weighed so heavily upon him. Dagna's eyes shone with a newfound appreciation for the world beyond her mountain hall. And Pippin, once content with the simple pleasures of the Shire, now stood taller, his heart filled with the knowledge of the great deeds he was capable of. Gandalf watched them all with a mixture of pride and sadness, for he knew that this victory, great though it was but one battle in the eternal struggle against darkness. But as he looked at his unlikely band of heroes, he felt hope kindle in his heart. For as long as there were those willing to stand against the shadow, to face their own darkest temptations and emerge stronger, there would always be light in Middle-earth, and in that light, all things were possible. Story 3. In the heart of Gondor, where the white tree once bloomed with the promise of enduring peace, a terrible rending shook the very foundations of the world. The earth split asunder, and from its depths emerged a chasm of swirling darkness, a portal to realms long forgotten and best left undisturbed. The rift, as it came to be known, pulsed with an otherworldly energy, its edges shimmering with an unholy light that seemed to devour the very air around it. Gandalf the Grey stood at the precipice, his weathered face etched with lines of concern deeper than the chasms of Moria. The wizard's eyes, usually twinkling with hidden mirth, now held a shadow of fear as he gazed into the abyss. For the first time in an age, Gandalf felt the weight of his years pressing down upon him, a burden almost too heavy to bear. As he raised his staff to probe the magical energies swirling around the rift, a shock ran through his arm, causing him to stumble backward. His magic, once as reliable as the rising sun, flickered and sputtered like a candle in a storm. Gandalf's heart raced with a panic he had not felt since the days of his youth. "This cannot be," he whispered, his voice carried away by the howling wind that emerged from the chasm. From the depths of the rift, creatures of nightmare began to crawl forth. Shadows given form, they moved with a terrible grace, their bodies twisting in ways that defied the laws of nature. The air filled with their unearthly shrieks, a cacophony that threatened to drive men mad with fear. Gondor's armies, brave though they were, found themselves outmatched by these beings of pure shadow. Swords passed through them like smoke, while their touch brought a cold that seeped into the very soul. The kingdom that had stood strong against the armies of Mordor now trembled before an enemy it could not hope to understand, let alone defeat. In this darkest hour, Gandalf knew that he alone could not stem the tide of darkness. His powers diminished, he turned to an unlikely ally, Radagast the Brown, the gentle wizard more at home among the beasts of the forest than in the affairs of men and elves. Radagast arrived on the back of a great eagle, his wild hair tangled with twigs and leaves, his robe stained with the earth of his beloved forests. Yet in his eyes burned a determination that belied his eccentric appearance. "The trees whisper of great evil, old friend," Radagast said, his voice carrying the rustling of leaves in a summer breeze. "But they also speak of hope, of a power that may yet seal this wound in the world." Together, the two Astari scoured ancient texts and consulted with beings older than the mountains themselves. Their search led them to whispers of a young human woman, a fledgling sorceress whose untapped power might hold the key to closing the rift. They found her in a small village on the outskirts of Gondor, a slip of a girl named Elowin, with eyes that held the depth of ancient forests, and hair as dark as a moonless night. She stood amidst a circle of villagers, her hands raised as she wove simple spells to heal their crops and ease their pain. As Gandalf approached, he felt a surge of power unlike anything he had encountered before. It was raw, untamed, a force of nature barely contained within mortal flesh. "Elowin," he called, his voice carrying the weight of destiny. "Your gifts are needed to save not just Gondor, but all of Middle-earth." The young sorceress turned, her eyes widening as she beheld the two wizards. I am no hero," she stammered, fear and awe warring in her voice. "I can barely control my powers as it is." Radagast stepped forward, his gentle smile putting her at ease. "My dear, it is not control you lack, but understanding. Your power comes from the very essence of Middle-earth itself. You are a conduit for magics older than time, and so began a journey that would test the limits of their courage and power." Gandalf, Radagast, and Elowin made their way back to the rift, battling waves of shadow creatures that seemed to grow stronger with each passing day. The land itself seemed to warp around them, reality bending in ways that defied comprehension. As they neared the chasm, Gandalf's powers continued to wane. Each spell he cast left him weaker, the magic slipping through his fingers like sand. Radagast fared little better, his connection to the natural world fraying in the face of this unnatural threat. It fell to Elowin to be their strength. With each step towards the rift, her power grew. The earth beneath her feet thrummed with energy, the air around her crackling with potential. Yet with this growth came pain, as if her mortal form could barely contain the forces surging within her. At last, they stood before the rift, its maw wider than ever, disgorging horrors beyond imagining. Gawain stood between the two wizards, her body trembling with the effort of containing the power that threatened to tear her apart. "Now, child," Gandalf said, his voice barely audible above the roar of the chasm. "Reach deep within yourself. Feel the connection to the land, to the very heart of Middle-earth. Let it flow through you." Gawain closed her eyes, reaching out with senses beyond the physical. She felt the pulse of the world, the ebb and flow of life that connected all things. And there, at the edges of her awareness, she sensed the wrongness of the rift, a tear in the very fabric of reality. With a cry that seemed to shake the heavens, Gawain released her power. Light exploded from her body, a radiance that pushed back the shadows and illuminated the darkest corners of the chasm. The creatures of nightmare howled in agony as they were consumed by this pure, primal force. Gandalf and Radagast added their own diminished powers to Elauwin's efforts, their staffs glowing with a light that had not been seen since the First Age. Together, they wove a spell of sealing, drawing upon magic so ancient that the very speaking of them changed the air around them. The rift began to close, its edges knitting together like a wound healing in reverse. The shadows were drawn back into the depths, their unearthly shrieks fading into nothingness. With a final, earth-shaking rumble, the chasm sealed itself, leaving behind only a faint line in the earth to mark its passing. As the dust settled, Elauwin collapsed, her body smoking from the incredible energies that had coursed through her. Gandalf caught her, cradling her gently as Radagast tended to her with herbs and whispered incantations. What am I?" Elauwin asked weakly, her eyes fluttering open to gaze at the wizards. Gandalf smiled, a tear tracing its way down his weathered cheek. "You, my dear, are the future, a bridge between the old magics and the new. In you, I see hope for a world where the power of the Astari need not fade." As Elauwin recovered her strength, the truth of Gandalf's words became clear. The sealing of the rift had changed her, awakening abilities that had lain dormant in the race of men since the dawn of time. She had become something new, a sorceress of unparalleled power, yet firmly rooted in the mortal world. In the days that followed, as Gondor began to rebuild, Gandalf and Radagast took Elauwin under their wing. They taught her the ancient ways, helping her to understand and control her newfound abilities. And as they did, they felt their own powers returning, strengthened by the presence of this new magic in the world. The tale of the rift and its sealing spread throughout Middle-earth, a story of hope in the face of unimaginable darkness. It served as a reminder that even in the bleakest of times, heroes could rise from the most unexpected places. And so, as the sun set on this chapter of Middle-earth's history, a new age dawned. An age where the magic of old and new intertwined, where the wisdom of the Astari could be passed on to a new generation. For in Elauwin, and those like her who would surely follow, the future of magic in Middle-earth was assured. The rift of forgotten shadows had been sealed, but the echoes of its power would resonate through the ages, a testament to the enduring strength of those who stand against the darkness, no matter the cost. Story 4. In the realm of Rivendell, where the whispers of ancient elves still echoed through timeless halls, a shadow fell upon the last homely house. The air, once filled with the lilting melodies of elven songs, grew heavy with an unnatural silence. Lord Elrond stood motionless on his balcony, his ageless eyes fixed upon the empty pedestal where the starlight gem, a fragment of the legendary Silmaril carried by Arendelle across the night sky, had rested for millennia. The theft of this sacred artifact sent ripples of unease throughout Middle-earth, for the starlight gem was more than a mere trinket. It was a beacon of hope, a light in the darkness that had long kept the shadows at bay. Its absence threatened to upset the delicate balance between the realms of elves, men, and dwarves. It was in this hour of need that Gandalf the Grey arrived, his weathered staff tapping a solemn rhythm on the marble floors of Rivendell. The wizard's brow was furrowed with concern, for he knew the true peril that lay ahead. "We must recover the gem," Elrond declared, his voice heavy with the weight of ages. "But our greatest warriors are scattered, defending our borders from the encroaching darkness." Gandalf's eyes twinkled with a glimmer of hope. Perhaps, he mused, stroking his long beard, this task requires not the mighty, but the nimble, the keen-eyed, and the valiant of heart, and so it was that Gandalf set out to assemble an unlikely band of heroes. His journey took him first to the depths of the Lonely Mountain, where he sought out Thorin Oakenshield III, grandson of the legendary Dwarf King. Unlike his namesake, this Thorin had turned from the path of warriors, instead becoming a master thief with a heart of gold. Gandalf found him in a dimly lit tavern, deftly picking the pockets of unsuspecting patrons. Thorin Oakenshield, the wizard's voice boomed, causing the dwarf to start. Your skills are needed for a noble cause. Thorin's eyes narrowed with suspicion. And why should I risk my neck for your noble cause, wizard? Because, Gandalf replied with a knowing smile, it offers a chance to restore honor to your family name. From the mountain, they journeyed to the forests of Merkwood, seeking Eärendil, an elven archer whose eyes had been taken by a curse, yet whose aim remained truer than any who could see. They found her perched high in the branches of an ancient oak, her unseeing eyes somehow still alert to their approach. I know why you've come, Eärendil said, her voice as soft as rustling leaves. I have dreamed of this quest, though I cannot see its end. Lastly, they traveled to the plains of Rohan, where they encountered Eowyn, daughter of Eomer, a young shield maiden whose prowess in battle was matched only by her desire for adventure beyond the borders of her homeland. My father would have me stay and defend our people, Eowyn said, her eyes blazing with determination. But my heart tells me that the true threat lies beyond our borders. I will join your quest, Gandalf, and may the gods have mercy on those who stand in our way. With the company assembled, Gandalf revealed the nature of their mission. The Starlight Gem, he explained, had been stolen by agents of a power far older and more terrible than any they had faced before. Their journey would take them beyond the edges of Middle-earth, to lands uncharted and dangers unknown. Their path led them first through the misty mountains, where they battled fierce storms and fiercer creatures. Thorin's nimble fingers saved them from deadly traps, while Eärendil's keen hearing warned of approaching dangers that lurked in the mist. As they descended from the mountains, they found themselves in a land that seemed to defy the very laws of nature. Rivers flowed uphill, trees grew upside down, and the sky shimmered with colors no mortal eye had ever seen. We have crossed into the realm of chaos, Gandalf warned. Here, nothing is as it seems, and everything is possible. Their journey through this bewildering landscape tested not only their strength, but their very sanity. Eowyn found herself battling shadows that took the form of her deepest fears, while Thorin was tempted by visions of unimaginable wealth. Eärendil, immune to the visual illusions, became their anchor, her other senses guiding them true. At last, they reached the heart of the realm of chaos, a massive citadel that seemed to twist and change with every blink of the eye. Within its ever-shifting halls, they confronted the true thief of the Starlight Gem, Morgoth, the first Dark Lord, long thought banished from the world. Fools, his voice boomed, shaking the very foundations of reality. With this fragment of the Silmaril, I shall remake the world in my image, and all shall bow before me. The battle that ensued was unlike any fought in the history of Middle-earth. Eowyn's sword clashed against weapons forged from pure darkness, while Thorin's agility allowed him to navigate the constantly changing terrain. Eärendil's arrows found their mark with uncanny precision, guided by a sense that transcended mere sight. But it was Gandalf who faced Morgoth directly, their magics colliding in a spectacular display of light and shadow. The wizard's staff glowed with a power that seemed to rival the stolen Starlight Gem itself. You forget, Morgoth, Gandalf declared, his voice resonating with ancient power, that the light of Eärendil is not merely a tool to be wielded. It is hope itself, and hope cannot be extinguished by shadow. With a final mighty effort, Gandalf struck his staff against the ground. The Starlight Gem, responding to the call of its true nature, burst forth from Morgoth's grasp. Its radiance filled the chamber, banishing the shadows and causing the realm of chaos to tremble. Morgoth howled in rage and despair as his form began to dissipate. This is not the end, he roared. I am eternal. I shall return. As the Dark Lord faded, the citadel began to collapse around them. Quickly, Gandalf urged. We must escape before this realm crumbles entirely. Their flight from the realm of chaos was as harrowing as their entry. Reality itself seemed to unravel around them, but the light of the recovered starlight gem guided their way. They emerged, battered but victorious, on the borders of Rivendell just as the gateway to the chaotic realm sealed behind them. Lord Elrond greeted them with rare emotion, tears of joy glistening in his ancient eyes as Gandalf presented the recovered starlight gem. As it was returned to its rightful place, a wave of renewal swept across Middle-earth. The shadows that had begun to encroach retreated, and hope blossomed anew in the hearts of all free peoples. Thorin, his honor restored, returned to the Lonely Mountain, where he used his skills to become a guardian of his people's treasures rather than a thief. Eärnil found that her encounter with chaos had awakened new senses within her, allowing her to perceive the world in ways even the sighted could not imagine. And Eowyn, having proven her valor beyond any doubt, became a renowned leader among her people, her tales of adventure inspiring generations to come. As for Gandalf, he stood once more upon the balcony of Rivendell, gazing at the starlight gem with a mixture of relief and concern, for he knew that while this battle had been won, the war against darkness was far from over. But as long as there were hearts brave enough to stand against the shadow, and as long as the light of hope shone in Middle-earth, there would always be a chance for victory. And so, the tale of the stolen light of Arendelle became a legend, whispered around campfires and sung in the great halls of elves, men, and dwarves. It served as a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope could be found in the most unlikely of places and the most unexpected of heroes. For in Middle-earth, as in all realms where good and evil clash, it is not the power of darkness that decides the fate of the world, but the courage of those who dare to carry the light. Story 5. In the heart of Middle-earth, where the whispers of ancient magic still lingered in the air, a darkness crept across the land like a veil of midnight. It started as a mere whisper, a fleeting shadow that darted between the trees of Fangorn Forest. But soon it grew, spreading its tendrils of despair across the realms of men, elves, and dwarves alike. Gandalf the Grey stood atop the highest tower of Minas Tirith, his weathered hands gripping the cold stone, as he gazed out at the once vibrant lands now shrouded in gloom. The wind whipped at his robes and long beard, carrying with it the lamentations of a world falling into shadow. "It has begun," he murmured, his voice heavy with the weight of impending doom. The Shadow Plague, as it came to be known, swept through Middle-earth with a vengeance. It did not kill, no. Death would have been a kinder fate. Instead, it twisted and warped, turning the proud and noble races into mere echoes of their former selves. Men became wraiths, their eyes hollow and their spirits broken. Elves, once radiant with the light of the stars, now skulked in the darkness, their immortal beauty tarnished. Dwarves, stripped of their vigor, became little more than shuffling husks in their mountain halls. Gandalf knew the truth that others dared not speak. If the plague was not stopped, Middle-earth would fall into an eternal twilight, a realm of living shadows where hope was but a distant memory. In the depths of his wisdom, the wizard recalled an ancient tale, whispered by the eldest of the Eldar. It spoke of a tree, the laurel tea, whose heartwood held the power to cleanse the most insidious of corruptions. But the tree was no simple sapling to be found in any grove or glade. It stood in the heart of the undying lands, guarded by Aranath, a dragon as old as the mountains themselves. With time slipping away like sand through an hourglass, Gandalf set out to gather the last uncorrupted representatives of the free peoples. His journey took him first to the plains of Rohan, where he found Prince Eadmund, heir to the throne of the Horse Lords. The young man stood alone amidst a sea of grass, the last bastion of humanity in a kingdom of shadows. "Why have you come, Mithrandir?" Eadmund asked, his voice hoarse from disuse. "There is nothing left here but ghosts and regrets." Gandalf's eyes sparked with a fire that had long been absent. "Hope, young prince?" "I have come with hope." From Rohan, they traveled to the fading realm of Lothlorien. There, among the withering Malorn trees, they found Erelas, an elven warrior whose fiery spirit burned all the brighter in the encroaching darkness. Her silver hair gleamed like starlight, a beacon in the gloom. "I will fight," she declared, her voice as sharp as the blade at her hip. For my people, for all people, I will see this shadow lifted or die in the attempt. The trio journeyed next to the lonely mountain, where the halls of Erebor echoed with the shuffling steps of dwarves lost to the plague. In the deepest chamber, they discovered Thorin Stoneheart, a sage whose mind remained clear, even as his kin succumbed to the shadow. "Ah, Tharkin," the dwarf greeted Gandalf, using the name his people had given the wizard. "I've been expecting you." The stones whisper of a great undertaking. With the company assembled, Gandalf revealed the nature of their quest. They would need to travel beyond the boundaries of Middle-earth to pierce the veil between worlds and reach the Undying Lands. There, they would face challenges beyond imagining to reach the Laurel Tea and retrieve its healing essence. Their path led them first to the Grey Haven, where the last of the elven ships awaited. As they approached, the shadowy figures of those affected by the plague emerged from the mists, reaching out with grasping hands and pleading eyes. "Do not look," Gandalf warned. "Their suffering is great, but we cannot help them now. We must press on with heavy hearts." They boarded the ship, its white sails catching an otherworldly wind. As Middle-earth faded behind them, reality itself seemed to blur. Stars wheeled overhead in impossible patterns, and the sea beneath them shimmered with the memories of ages long past. Days or perhaps lifetimes later, they arrived on shores of silver sand, where trees of gold and silver swayed in a breeze laden with the scent of eternity. But even here, in the realm of the Valar, the shadow of the plague had begun to creep. "We have little time," Gandalf urged. "The corruption spreads faster than I feared." Their journey through the Undying Lands was a test of spirit as much as body. They crossed fields where flowers sang melodies of heartbreaking beauty and forded rivers whose waters flowed with liquid starlight. At each step, visions of their deepest desires and darkest fears manifested, threatening to lead them astray. Eadmund saw his father, proud and strong, offering him the crown of Rohan. Aralas was tempted by glimpses of her people restored to their former glory. Thorin faced the ghosts of his ancestors, their eyes filled with shame at his abandonment of their halls. But it was Gandalf who faced the greatest trial. Before him appeared a version of himself, robed in white, wielding power beyond measure. "Join with me," the vision spoke, its voice a seductive whisper. "Together, we could reshape the world, banish this plague with a mere thought." For a moment, Gandalf wavered. But then he saw the glint of madness in his doppelganger's eyes, the corruption that came with such unfettered power. "No," he said firmly. "The world must be saved by the strength of all its people, not the dominion of one." As the vision faded, Gandalf found his companions looking to him with renewed respect and determination. At last, they reached the grove of the Laurel Tea. The tree stood tall and radiant, its leaves shimmering with an inner light that defied description. But coiled around its trunk, scales gleaming like polished obsidian, was Aragorn. The dragon's eyes opened, ancient and wise beyond measure. "Who dares disturb my slumber?" Its voice rumbled, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Gandalf stepped forward, staff held high. "We come seeking aid, O Aragorn. A great evil plagues our world, and only the essence of the Laurel Tea can save us." Aragorn's laughter was like thunder. "And why should I care for the troubles of your realm, wizard? The Laurel Tea is under my protection, and I do not relinquish my charges lightly." It was then that Eadmund stepped forward, his voice clear and strong. "Because, great dragon, if our world falls, the shadow will not stop there. Even this blessed realm will succumb in time." Aralas joined him, her eyes flashing. "We do not ask for the tree itself, but merely a small part of its essence. Surely one as wise as you can see the wisdom in preserving the balance between our worlds." Thorin, his voice gruff but sincere, added, "We offer our service in exchange. Command us, and we shall obey, if only you grant us this boon." Aragorn's gaze swept over them, assessing their worth. For a long moment, silence reigned in the grove. Then slowly, the dragon uncoiled itself from the tree. "Very well," it said. "You may approach the Laurel Tea. But know this, only one whose heart is pure and whose intention is true may take of its essence. Choose wisely." The companions looked at one another, each wondering who among them was worthy. But Gandalf smiled, for he had known the answer from the beginning. Edmund, he said softly, you who have stood strong even as your people fell to shadow, you whose heart remains untainted by despair, you shall be our salvation. The young prince approached the tree with trembling steps. As he placed his hand upon its trunk, a soft glow emanated from within. A single golden leaf detached itself, floating gently into Edmund's outstretched palm. With their prize obtained, the company made the perilous journey back to Middle-earth. They found a world teetering on the brink of oblivion, the shadow plague having spread to every corner of the land. In the heart of Minas Tirith, before the withered white tree, they enacted the ancient ritual. Edmund crushed the leaf of the laurel tea, its essence mixing with his blood. As Gandalf chanted words of power, Aralas's voice lifted in an elven hymn of healing, and Thorin's deep tones rumbled with dwarven prayers of renewal. A wave of golden light burst forth, spreading across the land with the speed of thought. Where it touched, shadows receded, and life bloomed anew. Men blinked as if waking from a long slumber, their eyes clearing of the plague's taint. Elves stood tall once more, their inner light rekindled. Dwarves roared with renewed vigor, their strength returned. As the last of the shadow dissipated, Gandalf looked upon his companions with pride. You have saved not just Middle-earth, he said, but all the realms of existence. Your names shall be remembered in song and story for ages to come. And so it was that in the darkest of times, hope prevailed. The shadow plague became but a memory, a tale told to remind all of the strength found in unity, the power of sacrifice, and the enduring light that resides in even the smallest of hearts. For in Middle-earth, as in all worlds, it is not great power that defeats evil, but the countless small acts of courage and kindness that turn the tide of darkness and usher in the dawn. Story 6. In the twilight of the Third Age, when the echoes of Sauron's defeat still resonated through the lands of Middle-earth, a new shadow crept silently across the realm. It began as a whisper, a faint rumor carried on the wind from the far reaches of Gondor. Farmers spoke of crops turning to stone overnight, their leaves and fruits hardened into cold, lifeless sculptures. In the great forests, hunters reported finding deer frozen mid-stride, their eyes glassy and unmoving. As the days passed, the whispers grew into cries of terror. The plague spread with unnatural speed, transforming all it touched into motionless stone. Villages fell silent, their inhabitants petrified in the midst of their daily lives. The very earth seemed to groan under the weight of this creeping doom. In the heart of Rivendell, nestled among the mist-shrouded valleys, Gandalf the White stood upon a balcony, his brow furrowed in deep concern. The warm breeze carried the scent of lilacs and athelas, but even here, in this bastion of elven magic, unease hung heavy in the air. It is as we feared. Elrond's voice came from behind him, the elven lord's usual serene demeanor, marred by a hint of worry. The plague has reached the borders of Elrine. Galadriel's power holds it at bay, but for how long we cannot say. Gandalf turned, his eyes meeting Elrond's. Then we have no more time to waste. We must act now, before all of Middle-earth falls to this curse. As if summoned by his words, a golden light filled the chamber. Galadriel, Lady of the Golden Wood, materialized before them, her presence both ethereal and commanding. I have seen it, she said, her voice resonating with ancient power. The source of our plight. A star has fallen in the cursed lands of Angmar, corrupted by the lingering malice of Sauron. Gandalf's grip tightened on his staff. A fallen star? But how could such a thing of beauty become an instrument of destruction? Galadriel's eyes, deep as the ages of the world, locked onto Gandalf's. The star was pure once, but in its fall, it passed through the veil of darkness that still shrouds the realm of the Witch King. It absorbed the essence of evil that lingers there, becoming a conduit for a magic most foul. Elrond stepped forward, his voice filled with grim determination. Then our path is clear. We must journey to Angmar, find this fallen star, and cleanse it of its corruption. A perilous quest indeed, Gandalf mused, stroking his beard. We will need more than just the three of us. This task will require strength of arms as well as wisdom. As if in answer to his thoughts, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the halls. A moment later, a tall figure entered the chamber, his bearing noble and his eyes shining with the light of his ancestors. It was Aragorn, heir of Isildur, though still known to many as simply Strider. "I couldn't help but overhear," Aragorn said, bowing slightly to the assembled council. "If you seek to save Middle-earth from this plague, I offer my sword and my life to your cause." Gandalf smiled warmly at the young ranger. "Your aid is most welcome, Aragorn. We will need your courage and skill in the dark days ahead." With the decision made, preparations began in earnest. The following dawn saw the four companions setting out from Rivendell, their hearts heavy with the weight of their mission, but their spirits bolstered by hope. They rode swift elven steeds, crossing the wild lands with all haste. As they journeyed north, the signs of the plague became ever more apparent. Forests once teeming with life now stood as groves of stone, their branches reaching towards the sky in silent supplication. Villages they passed through were eerily quiet, save for the occasional sob of those who had yet to succumb, tending to their petrified loved ones. On the 5th day of their journey, as they made camp in the shadow of the misty mountains, Aragorn approached Gandalf, his voice low with concern. "There's something I must confess, Mithrandir. Since we left Rivendell, I've felt different, a coldness in my limbs that I cannot shake. I fear the plague may have taken hold of me." Gandalf's eyes widened with alarm, but he quickly masked his concern. "Fear not, Aragorn. We will find a way to halt this curse before it claims you. Your strength and the blood of Enmenor that flows through your veins will buy us time." As they pressed on, the landscape grew bleaker. The green hills gave way to barren wastes, and a perpetual mist hung in the air, obscuring the path ahead. It was in this gloomy twilight that they first encountered the servants of the Witch King. They came shrieking out of the mist, spectral figures astride skeletal steeds. Their weapons glowed with an otherworldly light, and their touch brought instant petrification. The companions fought valiantly, Aragorn's sword and Rill flashing like flame, while Gandalf's staff blazed with white fire. Galadriel's power manifested as a golden shield, protecting them from the worst of the Wraith's attacks, while Elrond's millennia of combat experience allowed him to strike with deadly precision. Yet even as they triumphed, driving the Wraiths back into the mist, doubt began to gnaw at their hearts. How could they hope to cleanse a star of corruption, when even now the plague crept through their ranks? It was Galadriel who rallied their spirits. "Do not let your hearts be troubled," she said, her voice carrying the melody of the Aenir. "Remember that even in the darkest night, stars still shine. We carry within us the light of the Eldar, and no shadow can overcome it if we stand united." Bolstered by her words, they pressed on into the heart of Angmar. The very air seemed to resist their passage, thick with malevolence and the echoes of ancient evils. At last, they crested a ridge and beheld their goal, a vast crater, at the center of which pulsed a star stone of impossible brightness. But between them and their prize stood an army of the dead, led by a figure that sent chills through even Gandalf's immortal heart. The Witch King of Angmar, greatest of the Nazgul, had risen once more. "Fools," the Witch King's voice hissed across the barren plain. "You seek to undo that which cannot be undone. The star's corruption is complete, and soon all of Middle-earth will be as stone, a fitting monument to the power of Sauron." Gandalf stepped forward, his staff held high. "Your master is defeated, and you are but a shadow of your former self. Stand aside, or be cast back into the void." The battle that followed was like none other in the annals of Middle-earth. The four companions fought with all the strength and skill at their command, their weapons and magic tearing through the ranks of the undead. Aragorn, despite the creeping paralysis in his limbs, fought like a man possessed, and Rill cleaving through foes with every swing. Yet for every enemy they felled, two more seemed to take its place. Slowly but surely, they were driven back, away from the fallen star that pulsed with malevolent energy. It was in this darkest moment that Aragorn stumbled, his legs finally giving way to the plague's advance. As he fell, the Witch King loomed over him, blade poised for a killing blow. "Aragorn!" Gandalf cried out, but he was too far away, held back by a press of undead warriors. What happened next would be sung of in ballads for generations to come. With the last of his strength, Aragorn thrust and Rill upward, the blade of the king piercing the Witch King's spectral form. There was a sound like the tearing of the world itself, and a blinding flash of light erupted from the point where sword met wraith. When the light faded, the Witch King was gone, and with him, his army of the dead. Aragorn lay motionless on the ground, his body half turned to stone. Without hesitation, Gandalf, Galadriel, and Elrond raced to the fallen star. They formed a circle around it, joining hands as they began to chant in the ancient tongue of the Valar. Their voices rose in harmony, a song of cleansing and renewal that echoed across the desolate plains of Angmar. The star stone pulsed, resisting their magic at first. But slowly, inexorably, the darkness began to leach away from it. As the last notes of their song faded, the star blazed forth with a pure, white light that washed over the land like a tide. Where it touched, stone turned back to flesh, trees burst into bloom, and the very air seemed to come alive with possibility. The companions watched in awe as the wave of healing magic spread outward, racing across Middle-earth to undo the plague's terrible work. When at last the light dimmed, they turned to find Aragorn stirring, the stone receding from his body. He opened his eyes, blinking in confusion. What happened? I thought I was lost. Gandalf helped him to his feet, a broad smile on his face. You very nearly were, my friend. But your courage and the combined power of the three rings have saved not just you, but all of Middle-earth as they made their way back to Rivendell, the land around them bursting with renewed life. Galadriel spoke softly. This victory was hard-won, and it will not be the last challenge we face. The shadow may be driven back, but it will always seek to return in new forms. Elrond nodded solemnly. Then, we must remain ever vigilant, ready to stand against the darkness wherever it may arise. Gandalf looked at his companions, his heart swelling with pride and affection. Indeed, we must. But take heart, for as long as there are those willing to fight for the light, hope will never truly fade from this world. And so they returned home, heroes of an epic tale that would be told and retold through the ages. The curse of the fallen star had been lifted, and though challenges would come again, the free peoples of Middle-earth would face them together, their bonds strengthened by the trials they had overcome. Story 7. Deep within the heart of the Blue Mountains, where ancient halls of stone echoed with the whispers of forgotten glory, a tremor shook the very foundations of Middle-earth. The dwarven miners of Erd Luin, driven by their insatiable hunger for mithril and precious gems, had delved too greedily and too deep. In the shadowy depths of their newest excavation, their picks struck more than mere rock. They awakened a terror that had slumbered since the elder days. A roar of primordial fury reverberated through the mountain, causing stalactites to shatter and great chasms to open in the earth. From the newly formed abyss rose a creature of shadow and flame, its wings unfurling to span the width of the vast cavern. The Balrog, a demon of the ancient world, had awakened from its long slumber. The news of this catastrophe spread like wildfire across the lands, carried by the few dwarven survivors who had escaped the initial onslaught. Villages were abandoned, forests set ablaze, and a pall of dread settled over the western realms of Middle-earth. It was in the tranquil valley of Rivendell that Gandalf the Grey first heard the dire tidings. The wizard's bushy eyebrows furrowed as he listened to the trembling account of a young dwarf, his beard still singed from his narrow escape. A Balrog, Gandalf murmured, his eyes distant with memory and concern. This is graver news than I had feared. Without hesitation, Gandalf set out on a journey that would take him to the far corners of Middle-earth. His first stop was the ancient fortress of Erebor, where he sought audience with Durin VII, the last heir of Khazad-dûm. The halls of the lonely mountain rang with the sound of hammers on anvils and the low, rumbling songs of the dwarves. But as Gandalf was led to the throne room, he sensed an undercurrent of unease beneath the industrious facade. Durin VII sat upon his throne of carven stone, his beard braided with gold and gems, his eyes sharp as the edge of a newly forged axe. Tharkin, he greeted Gandalf, using the dwarven name for the wizard. What brings you to our halls in these dark times? Gandalf bowed low, his staff tapping gently on the polished floor. I come bearing both grim tidings and a glimmer of hope. King under the mountain, the Balrog that now plagues the Blue Mountains can be defeated, but only by one wielding the legendary axe of Durin. A murmur rippled through the assembled dwarven lords. The axe of Durin was a relic of their people, said to have been forged by Durin the Deathless himself, but it had been lost for ages, its whereabouts unknown. Durin 7 leaned forward, his interest piqued. And where, pray tell, might we find this axe? Our lore speaks of its loss in the fall of Khazad-dûm. Gandalf's eyes twinkled with a mix of wisdom and mischief. Ah, but that is where our quest must begin. The axe was indeed lost, but not destroyed. It lies hidden in the deepest chambers of Khazad-dûm, waiting for the true heir of Durin to reclaim it, and so began a perilous journey into the heart of the Misty Mountain. Gandalf and Durin 7, accompanied by a small but elite group of dwarven warriors, set out from Erebor with determination in their hearts and trepidation in their steps. Their path took them through lands fair and foul. They traversed the golden woods of Lothlorien, where the Lady Galadriel gifted them with cloaks woven with enchantments of stealth and protection. They braved the treacherous passes of Caradhras, where howling winds and biting cold tested their resolve. As they descended into the valleys on the western side of the mountains, Gandalf called upon an old friend. With a whistle that seemed to pierce the very heavens, he summoned Gwaihir, the Lord of the Eagles. The majestic bird swooped down from the clouds, his wingspan casting a shadow over the company. "My old friend," Gandalf addressed the eagle, "we have need of your keen eyes. Scout ahead for us, and warn us of any dangers that may lie in wait." Gwaihir nodded his regal head and took to the skies once more, his piercing gaze scanning the lands below for signs of threat or promise. At last, they stood before the imposing western gates of Moria. The doors, once a marvel of dwarven and elven cooperation, now stood cracked and tarnished, a testament to the long years of abandonment. Durin 7 approached the gates, his hand trembling slightly as he pressed it against the cool stone. "Ithden," he whispered, and at his touch, faint lines of silvery light began to trace the outline of the doors. "Speak, friend, and enter." Gandalf translated the elven inscription that appeared. With a word from Durin, the gates swung open with a groan of ancient hinges, revealing the yawning darkness beyond. As they ventured into the depths of Khazad-dûm, the company was assailed by more than just the oppressive darkness. Goblins skittered in the shadows, their arrows whistling past in the gloom. In the depths of a vast hall, they battled a cave troll, its hide tough as iron and its strength matched only by its brutish stupidity. But it was in the lowest levels, in chambers untouched for millennia, that they faced their greatest challenges. Here, the very air seemed thick with malevolence, and whispers of dark temptation tugged at their minds. Gandalf's staff blazed with white fire, illuminating a chamber that took their breath away. Pillars carved to resemble great trees supported a ceiling lost in darkness, and at the far end stood a dais upon which rested a gleaming axe. The axe of Durin, Durin 7 breathed, his eyes wide with wonder. But as he stepped forward to claim his birthright, a shadow detached itself from the wall. It coalesced into the form of a dwarf, but one twisted by darkness and corrupted by greed. "Who dares to claim the axe?" the apparition demanded, its voice a hollow echo of dwarven pride. Gandalf raised his staff, ready to banish the specter, but Durin 7 held up a hand to stay him. "I am Durin 7, heir to the throne of Khazad-dûm and all the kingdoms of the Longbeards. I have come to reclaim what is rightfully mine." The shadow dwarf laughed, a sound like grinding stone. "Prove your worth." The axe responds only to one who understands the true heart of the dwarven people. "What is our greatest strength, young king?" Durin 7 stood tall, his voice ringing with conviction. "Our greatest strength is not in our craft, though it is unmatched, nor is it in our riches, though they are beyond measure. The true strength of the dwarves lies in our bonds of kinship, in the loyalty we show to our kin, and the oaths we keep unto death." For a moment, silence reigned in the chamber. Then, with a sound like a great sigh, the shadow dwarf dissolved into mist. The axe of Durin gleamed brighter, as if acknowledging the truth of Durin's words. With reverence, Durin 7 lifted the axe from its resting place. As his fingers closed around the haft, a surge of power coursed through him, and he knew without doubt that he was meant to wield this weapon. Their prize claimed, The company made haste to return to the surface. But as they ascended through the levels of Khazad-dûm, a new dread fell upon them. The drums in the deep began to beat, a rhythm that spoke of approaching doom. They emerged from the eastern gates of Moria to find the Balrog waiting for them, its form wreathed in shadow and flame. The demon of the ancient world towered over them, its roar shaking the very foundations of the mountain. Gandalf raised his staff, ready to confront the Balrog as he had done in ages past. But Durin 7 stepped forward, the axe of Durin gleaming in his hands. "No, Tharkin," the Dwarf King said, his voice steady despite the terror that gripped his heart. "This is my battle, my ancestors' axe against my people's bane." What followed was a battle that would be sung of in dwarven halls for generations to come. Durin 7, empowered by the ancient weapon and his own indomitable will, stood against the Balrog. The axe of Durin flashed like lightning, cleaving through shadow and flame. For hours they fought, dwarf and demon, while Gandalf and the others could only watch in awe and trepidation. The very mountain shook with the force of their conflict as the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of fire that rivaled the Balrog's own flames. Durin 7 saw his opening. With a mighty leap, he brought the axe of Durin down upon the Balrog's head, splitting its fiery crown. With a final, earth-shattering roar, the Balrog of Morgoth fell, its essence dispersing like smoke on the wind. Durin 7 sank to his knees, exhausted but victorious. Gandalf hurried to his side, marveling at the dwarf's courage and strength. "You have done what few in Middle-earth could hope to achieve," the wizard said, helping Durin to his feet. "You have reclaimed your heritage and vanquished a terror of the elder days." As word of their victory spread, dwarves from all corners of Middle-earth flocked to the Misty Mountains. Under Durin V's leadership, they began the monumental task of reclaiming and rebuilding Khazad-dûm. Gandalf watched these proceedings with a mixture of joy and caution. As he prepared to take his leave, he approached Durin 7 one last time. "Remember, King under the mountain," he said, his voice low and serious, "that great power often comes with great temptation. Guard well the axe of Durin, and let it be a symbol of your people's strength and honor, not a tool of conquest or greed." Durin 7 nodded solemnly, the weight of his new responsibilities clear in his eyes. "I shall, Tharkin, and know that you will always be welcome in the halls of Khazad-dûm, as a friend and advisor to our people." As Gandalf departed, he couldn't help but smile. The shadow had been pushed back once more, and a new age of prosperity dawned for the dwarves of Middle-earth. Yet in his heart, he knew that this was but one chapter in the ever-unfolding story of their world, and that new challenges would always arise to test the courage and wisdom of its inhabitants. Story 8. In the twilight of the Third Age, when the echoes of great battles had faded and the peoples of Middle-earth thought they might know peace at last, the skies above the Misty Mountains began to churn. What started as an innocuous gathering of clouds soon grew into a maelstrom of unprecedented power and otherworldly beauty. Lightning of 1,000 hues emerald, sapphire, and amethyst arced across the heavens, and winds howled with the voices of 100 ages. The storm spread with unnatural speed, engulfing Rivendell, Lothlorien, and the realms of men in a matter of days. In the heart of Rivendell, Gandalf the White stood upon a balcony, his weathered hands gripping the railing as he gazed at the tempest above. The very air crackled with magic, ancient and wild. As he watched, a shimmer in the air before him coalesced into the form of a great eagle, larger than any he had seen before. Its feathers were a tapestry of starlight, and its eyes held the wisdom of countless worlds. "Greetings, Windlord," Gandalf said, bowing his head in respect. "I perceive you are not of this realm. What tidings do you bring?" The eagle's voice resonated in Gandalf's mind, bypassing spoken words. "I am Zephyrian, emissary of the cosmic winds. Your world stands at the brink of chaos, guardian of Middle-earth. The barriers between realities grow thin, and soon they shall shatter completely." Before Gandalf could respond, a commotion arose from the courtyard below. Elrond, Lord of Rivendell, was welcoming a party of travel-worn visitors. Gandalf recognized the lithe form of Legolas, Prince of Merkwood, and the stout figure of Gimli, Lord of the Glittering Caves. But it was their companion that gave him pause, a woman clad in robes that seemed to shift and change color with every movement, her hair a cascade of liquid starlight. As Gandalf descended to greet them, Elrond's voice carried across the courtyard. "My friends, you arrive at a dire hour. Already, creatures unknown to our lore have been sighted in the forests and mountains. We must act swiftly to understand and counter this threat." The woman stepped forward, her eyes finding Gandalf's with unsettling intensity. "I am Astrid, weaver of realities," she said, her voice carrying the echo of distant worlds. "I have journeyed across the void between universes to aid you in this crisis." Gandalf's bushy eyebrows rose in surprise. "Then you know the cause of this magical tempest?" Astrid nodded gravely. "In a realm parallel to yours, an elven ring of power was used recklessly, tearing the fabric between worlds. The storm above is but a symptom of a greater cataclysm to come." A hush fell over the gathering as the implications sank in. It was Gimli who broke the silence, his gruff voice tinged with a mix of excitement and trepidation. "Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's find this tear and mend it before all of Middle-earth is overrun by who knows what." Legolas smiled at his friend's enthusiasm. "Ever ready for adventure, aren't you, Gimli? But I fear this quest may prove more perilous than any we have undertaken before." Gandalf's eyes twinkled with the light of challenge accepted. "Indeed, it will, my friends. We must journey through the tear itself, into realms unknown, each a twisted reflection of our own Middle-earth. Only by understanding the nature of these parallel worlds can we hope to seal the breach and restore balance." And so, a fellowship was formed once more. Gandalf, Legolas, Gimli, and Astrid prepared for a journey beyond the bounds of their known reality. Elrond provided them with provisions and ancient artifacts of power that might aid them in worlds where the laws of nature differed from their own. As they stood before the shimmering portal that had formed in the heart of Rivendell, Astrid turned to her companions. "Be warned," she said, her voice solemn. "Each world we visit will challenge not just your strength and skill, but the very essence of who you are. Stay true to yourselves, or risk being lost in the infinite possibilities of what might have been." With a deep breath, Gandalf stepped forward, leading the way into the unknown. The air around them shimmered and twisted, and for a moment that stretched into eternity, they felt themselves unmade and remade, their very atoms scattered across realities. When the world solidified around them once more, they found themselves in a version of Middle-earth cloaked in perpetual twilight. The trees of what should have been Merkwood rose like great pillars of crystal, their leaves chiming softly in a breeze they couldn't feel. "By Durin's beard," Gimli whispered, his eyes wide with wonder. "What manner of place is this?" Legolas knelt, running his hand over the glassy ground. "It's as if everything has been transmuted into crystal. But how could life persist in such a state?" As if in answer to his question, a group of figures emerged from the crystalline forest. They appeared to be elves, but their bodies were as transparent as the trees around them, inner light pulsing in rhythm with their movements. Gandalf stepped forward, staff at the ready. "Greetings, kindred of another realm. We come seeking knowledge to heal the tear between worlds." The lead crystal elf regarded them with eyes that sparkled like cut gems. "Travelers from the prime reality," it said, its voice a chorus of chimes. "Your coming was foretold. But beware, the dark lord of this realm hungers for the solidity of your forms." Before they could inquire further, a shadow fell over the crystal forest. A figure wreathed in void like darkness approached, its very presence causing the crystal elves to retreat in terror. "Sauron," Gandalf breathed, raising his staff as white light blazed forth. But this was not the Sauron they knew. This being was a negation of light and matter, a hunger-given form. It spoke no words, but its intent was clear: to consume and corrupt all it touched. The battle that ensued was like nothing the companions had ever experienced. Gandalf's light seemed to slice through the void Sauron like a blade, while Legolas's arrows, imbued with the power of this crystalline world, shattered portions of the dark entity. Gimli found his axe passing harmlessly through the creature, but discovered that his dwarven battle cries caused it to recoil in pain. Astrid wove spells of reality itself, her fingers tracing glowing sigils in the air that briefly solidified the void Sauron, allowing her companions' attacks to land with greater effect. As the battle reached its crescendo, Gandalf realized the true nature of their foe. "It's not Sauron," he called out. "It's this world's ring of power, corrupted and given form." With this knowledge, they changed tactics. Instead of trying to destroy the entity, they focused on containing and purifying it. Estrid channeled the innate magic of the crystal world, creating a prism that trapped the void being. Legolas and Gimli, in perfect synchronization, struck the prism from opposite sides, their weapons infused with the light of friendship that transcended worlds. Gandalf raised his staff high, uttering words of power that caused the prism to spin faster and faster, until the darkness within began to separate like oil from water. With a final blinding flash, the prism shattered, leaving behind a simple gold ring in a cloud of darkness that dissipated into nothingness. As the crystal elves emerged from hiding, their forms glowing brighter in the aftermath of Shadow's defeat, Estrid knelt to examine the ring. "This is it," she said, her voice filled with wonder. "The ring that caused the tear. But it's been cleansed of its corrupting influence." Gandalf nodded sagely. "And in cleansing it, we've taken the first step in healing the breach between worlds. But our journey is far from over." As if summoned by his words, the air before them began to shimmer once more. The portal to the next reality was opening, promising new wonders and dangers alike. Legolas helped Gimli to his feet, the dwarf still slightly dazed from the battle. "Ready for another adventure, my friend?" Gimli grinned, his eyes sparkling with the light of this crystal world. "Always, you pointy-eared princeling, though I do hope the next world has some solid stone beneath my feet." As they stepped through the portal, leaving behind a chorus of chiming thanks from the crystal elves, each member of the fellowship felt a mix of trepidation and exhilaration. They had faced one twisted version of their home and emerged victorious, but how many more lay ahead? And what changes would they find in themselves as they traversed these myriad realities? Gandalf, last to enter the portal, paused for a moment to look back at the crystal world. "Every journey changes the traveler," he mused. "I wonder what we shall become before our quest is done." With that thought, he stepped through the shimmering veil, ready to face whatever wonders or horrors the multiverse had in store for them. The fate of not just one Middle-earth, but countless realms, rested upon their shoulders. And as the portal closed behind them, the magical tempest above rumbled on, a constant reminder of the chaos they sought to quell and the delicate balance between worlds they fought to restore.